Please accept these treasures as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
Why, hello. Good morning. Sorry for the tardiness. Dealing with a few any things this morning. Sapphire, thank you so much for being a tier 3 subscriber. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sapphire. You are much appreciated here. Liquid Luck, Dragon Tears, or Bat Blood? Make your choice. Okay, let's move this guy over here. I think, Liquid Luck. Feeling lucky, huh? Let's see what we got. A borrowed flame warms only briefly. Learn to kindle your own. That's a good one. And true. A borrowed flame warms only briefly. Learn to kindle your own. All right. We're going to be working on the Overlord here. Stop stealing your neighbor's internet, yeah. All right. Working on the Overlord. We worked on the hand. Sword in hand, and so we can either attach this and sculpt in the whole gauntlet, or we can deal with this. She's had so Annie's had mammary cancer for about 4 years. I think going on 5. It was when bumps started to appear, and we've been just handling it through diet and holistic approaches, and it's just gotten to this point all of a sudden, kind of like a switch flipped, where it's causing it. She just started having pain there, and the area is more inflamed and bigger all of a sudden. So yeah, that's kind of what happened. It was not yesterday, but the day before. It just, like I said, it's just like she hit a brick wall, essentially. So we took her to the vet yesterday. And we're pretty upset with the way things are handled with them, because she's in pain, and they didn't give us. Basically showed up because we just wanted something for her to help deal with the pain, maybe something to bring the inflammation down, all that stuff. And they sent us home with nothing for her pain, and just some antibiotics. So, and they were very kind of like rudely because she hadn't had her updated rabies shot, and they were basically saying they couldn't do anything, which I know legally and all that stuff. There's like laws and stuff for that, but they had to give her the rabies vaccine. So on top of dealing with something that's probably going to kill her, pain wise, putting what I think personally is just unnecessary timing of needing to do that right now. So they need to have some sort of like exceptions for stuff like this, you know, where if a dog is like in extreme pain or dying, that you can have an exemption to not need that, you know. But anyways, we went with it, and they did it. Gave her the updated rabies vaccine and sent us home with some antibiotics. And so yeah, it's just trying to keep her comfortable. And I called them this morning and said, hey, you know, she was in pain last night, and it has gotten better, but you know, I called them and said, is there any chance we can get something, you know, to help her with the pain? And they said that she forwarded it to the doctor, and he'll call me and let me know. They'll call me and let me know if there's something ready for me to pick up, essentially. So hopefully they actually just give us something, because it's really, really annoying to me that I went there originally just to have something for her to deal with the pain, and that was the, you know, that they're so resilient to helping us with that. So, but yeah, is what it is. So I just want to have, you know, here's the thing. It's like, it's not about just using it right away, but it'd be nice to have it for when we do need it, you know, because it's obvious, the trajectory is obvious that we're gonna need it. So just prescribe us something so we have it for when she does have pain, you know? Like, I just don't get it, man. It's so annoying. I have such a I've had so many scenarios like this happen in my life with this particular system, this like medical system, that it drives me up the wall. It really gets me upset. It's like this, like, it's like their eyes are all glazed over and they just don't see people as people, you know? It's like we're just, which I get it, because they work in this type of field for so long that they see so many different people and so many different situations, but it's just like, man, it's so frustrating. Yeah. Anyways, that's my rant. It's funny because so the missus comes from like a little village life, you know, where vets and doctors and stuff like that are really personal because it's a small town atmosphere, you know. So she comes here and just kind of expects like kind of certain courtesies to be given, which would be not, you know, not difficult to ask type things. And it's just not, you know, it's just not something that people do, you know. They do everything like exactly how it's by the book, and like nothing beyond or before kind of thing. Oh, I bet. Mr. Steve. Well, we had that happen with Emma when she was just born. She was a newborn baby. And this was during the kind of like the COVID craziness going on, because she was born 2020. And we were going in for our very first kind of checkup after she had been born. Well, they had decided in their wisdom that it was a cold, like 50-degree rainy weather time of the year, they decided in their wisdom to set up these like outside checkup stations. It was literally a shipping container, like a metal shipping container in the parking lot. And then had us go there, take our baby out of its clothes, like completely naked in this cold, rainy weather. Oh my goodness, that was like there was like a line crossed there that I was like, okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm done with these people. And they're acting like everything's fine. It's like, no, you gotta see this is a terrible idea. We're not doing this. Get me out of here. Yeah, I couldn't believe that when that was all playing out, because you just expect people to have your best, like people like that to be, yeah, not even a heater inside the shipping container, mind you. So it's like you just expect people like these to have your best interests in mind and to actually care, and that's the reality we have to realize is that's not always the case, and we should always have our guard up with these people, because they don't always care. It's kind of a little bit like companies and corporations. It's the same thing. They don't care, even though they say they do. A lot of the times they don't. You're just another number moving through. So hello, Funka. It's just another reason to really try to take your health into your own hands as much as you possibly can, because just to avoid this kind of stuff as much as you can. Gotta take care of yourself. Oh. Yeah, it's just trying to avoid bad stuff, as much as possible. It's an ongoing thing, you're never done working on that. Flaming Hot Cheeto plant? Did you plant some Flaming Hot Cheetos, did you? Yeah, they have to go through a fire to germinate. Get our reference. Oh, nice, Mr. Steve. So your first battle after the first tilling, especially if it was all grass, is fighting the grass coming back. So I'm sure you're probably well aware of that. But so yeah, remember this. The kind of like the better job you do at kind of removing things, it's like compounds year after year. So like once you have an area that's well weeded for a while, for like a couple years, it maintains much better. So when you see it coming back really crazy right now, just know that that's not how weeding will be for the entirety of the garden. It's like a compound thing. Because year after year, you're removing roots and things that kind of are come back in a perennial manner, you know? And one thing you can do in the fall before winter hits is lay down cardboard. I save all my cardboard boxes that don't have like printing on them. And you lay down cardboard over your growing space, and it creates like a nice, like, it gets compacted by the snow, and it creates like a nice, like, covering. And then next season, when you're ready to plant, you just kind of like cut into the cardboard and kind of remove the area that you want to plant in, but leave the rest. It really works great. So I definitely recommend it. Pull all the grass then. Yeah. Try and get the roots. And on the border of your garden, carve like a, 3 or 4 inch trench all the way around the border. You can fill that with stuff like wood or something, or even mulch. But the way grass spreads is it sends runners. So it sends roots under the ground to create new grass. So it goes like this, So by creating that barrier, you're stopping this like surrounding grass from just reinvading and taking over. That's how grass spreads so quickly. It doesn't grow from a seed and spread quickly. It actually takes a long time for stuff to grow from seed. It's when it's able to send its energy from the existing grass body, and it can grow real quick that way. So once you understand those things, it's becoming you can be more strategic with your gardening and make life a lot easier on yourself. So plastic, whatever material I use, like I have like firewood that I use for like garden borders, and just pieces of like firewood. Just looks so rustic and stuff. So I dig trenches around all my growing areas, especially the ones that are touching grass. And then I just put these firewood pieces in there. And old sculpts, I just kind of pack in some sculptures like this, in the trench. There you go. All right, let's see here. I need my reference. Hello, Atomic. That's about right. Put a little bit of steel stick there, I think. See. I did see that, yeah. I imagine it's an exposure therapy kind of thing. If you were to expose yourself to heights all the time, you would develop a lack of fear of heights. A desensitization. I believe it's one of our greatest attributes as humans, that we can face something uncomfortable enough times that it becomes not uncomfortable. Right. Well, it'd be interesting to see what their background is, or, you know. I doubt they went from not dealing with heights at all to climbing the skyscraper. Maybe, but it's a good thing they made such a buzz in the media, because that'll probably get them a more lenient sentencing for what they've done. If no one would have found out about it, they'd get slammed hard, I bet you. Yeah, I saw that too. Hey, Boars, how you doing? Just let that harden up here.
Let it be known throughout the land, new champions have been welcomed by our honored recruiting hand.
Well, Mr. Arby. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Arby. Fluffing the July paycheck for me already. Nice. I appreciate that. Little fluffing it up. Thank you, Mr. Arby. I appreciate that very much, my friend. Thank you. Some wisdom for your troubles. Pro fluffer. A proper fluff. Oh, I actually need that back, please. Oh, nope. Sorry. All deals are final. I've already cracked the seal, see? Can't take it back now. A guarded heart may travel far, but it will arrive empty. Ooh, that's a good one, actually. A guarded heart may travel far, but it will arrive empty. You'll get where you're going empty-handed. Suppose we have to take risks. We have to take risks. Risks. I think it'd be smart to insert an armature wire into this. But wait, can it arrive empty if it doesn't exist? What, a heart? You may think it doesn't exist, but that doesn't make it actually not exist. Sounds like something someone with a guarded heart would say. To justify their guarded heartness. Nice, Arby. All right, let's see here. Let's insert an armature. A small drill bit around here somewhere. Might be a little too small. Maybe a bit bigger. Yeah, it worked really good, didn't it? Brilliant. Brilliant. But it's probably still clogged. Yeah. I never did unclog that, did I? Oh, breakfast. All right, breakfast eaten. Well, I think, isn't it true that Twitch, like when you random gift subs, it algorithmically picks people that are more likely to, like that it thinks you are somebody that's going to continue to subscribe here. I think that's how that works. That the likelihood of you becoming a subscriber is higher. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Oh. All right, we need to figure out a way to unclog this. I think it's just finally reached that time to have to trim the end of it. I love the algorithm. This is possible. Okay, completely clear. Ah, there we go. But let's not attach it. Let's sculpt the actual hand first. So Mr. Arby, what do you thoughts are pretty good about you think Stronghold, the new Stronghold's pretty good, huh? If it's just like same old Stronghold but updated graphics, that's totally that's awesome. Exactly the same. Hey, Finally, a remake the proper way. Just give us what we love, but update the visuals. Jeez, how hard is it? Maybe add a few new things, but you know. That's pretty cool. Those Stronghold people better not be expecting like me to pay $40 for it though. When it comes out. Bread's still OP. Bread is OP though in real life, so makes sense. What about the hunting post start? You ever see that where you have like 50 hunting posts all right next to each other in a big pile, and these birds just keep landing and they hunt the birds? You say, oh, people are always gonna complain, so. There's no avoiding that. Can't make everyone happy. Complaining validates my perception. No, what validates it is when you complain and someone confirms what you're complaining about. That's what validates it. The act of complaining is just seeking that validation. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it. You would just keep your thoughts to yourself. It feels good to have a voice outside of your own confirming the things that you think. It sure does feel really nice. No, you complain until you find a group of people that agree with what you're complaining about. That's what you do. Then you've successfully created an echo chamber. And then you could head off into the world feeling puffed up and authoritative, and rain your tyrannical thoughts onto the rest of us. And be justified in your own mind doing so. Thanks to the echo chamber participants. Starting the Extruders Rule group. All are welcome. See, the thing about that is I'm aware that extruders are awesome, but I keep kicking the can down the road. I'm a can road kicker for sure. I love playing kick the can. I tell you what. I leave everything up to future CNAT to handle. He's a capable lad. He'll figure it out. Most are welcome. That's good. That's good, Irby. Is it actually the exact same game, or is it like all new stories and like maybe some new units and stuff? New story. Okay. Oh, good. Perfect. Extortionate taxes. Oh. Can't place that there, my lord. Can't place that there. Here we go again. I didn't expect that. I honestly didn't expect that. I always felt Stronghold was such a niche game. There just wasn't. I have so many beloved games of mine that were like these off the beaten path niche games. So I just never expect to see them again. So that means the next one that needs to happen would be Gladius. They need to remake that one now. That would be awesome. I would love that so much. Did anyone else ever play Gladius? That was probably one of my favorite games of that time. It was the first turn-based game I ever played. You made like a gladiator school. You traveled around from town to town, competing in their gladiator arena, picking up new kind of characters for your team. But it's in this strange alternate reality where there's like Nordic, like the Nordic Viking type people next to the Centurion Roman Legionnaire type people. I think it was on Xbox, yeah, the first one. It's made by LucasArts. You could have like bears in your team, like wolves and bears and like witch doctor, berserker characters, or there's even like Middle Eastern style characters, and like a whole zone that's like that. It was really cool. Was there Sasquatches? I can't remember if there's Sasquatches. There might have been. Actually, yeah, I think you're right. I don't know. I used to always get those really big. There's like those big sumo wrestler guys, like these giant brick, like huge HP characters that just like hit really hard. I would have a whole team of just those, and it was like I was unstoppable. Just these giant sumo wrestler sized characters running around. Yeah. I tried emulating it one time, probably about like 6 or 7 years ago. It'd be awesome if they would. I feel like that one though they would remake it, but it would lose the original charm probably. But I'd still give it a try. I just like that. I like that being able to build like a team of gladiators, turn-based style. I think that's why I liked Battle Brothers so much. It's very similar. You build a band of mercenaries. Hey, Brick, thank you so much for the biddies and the kind words. I appreciate that. Thank you. A remake would try to be multiplayer, yeah. That's when you run into balancing issues. And, Nah. I mean, XCOM came out, and that's a modern turn-based game that was single player. So I could see, I could see it coming out. I mean, they're not making new stuff anymore, so it's only a matter of time, right? Or even the most niche things get remade. There was a multiplayer too. Oh, there was. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really get into it because I'm just not into the. I don't get too much into spacey stuff. I think I watched XCOM be played, but I never played it myself. Foam clay. Ah. Oh, yeah, how did that go? That work out good? I've not personally used foam clay, but I've seen it used quite a bit. It seems like a really nice material. Awesome. Oh, interesting. So it's like a soft, malleable material that when it hardens becomes EVA foam. Probably some sort of air dry. It's probably just chemically made out of the same stuff they make EVA foam out of. Someone just opened up the tank where they kept the extruded EVA foam and they just scooped it up and put it into bins for people to work with. Oh, interesting. Some shrinkage. Oh yeah. Oh, I love their canned beans. They have nice work. I was inspired by. It's gonna be my new. That's my new fine art pitch. This piece was inspired by Goya beans. Just can't get enough of them. In a life filled with uncertainty and things letting you down, Goya beans was there for me. Always there. On the supermarket shelf. Never changing. Label stays the same. Quality. Always the same. Brought meaning and stability into my life. Always ready and available. Whenever I needed a shoulder to lean on, the Goya bean section was there. Goya. I've never heard of Goya the artist though. Somebody that I used to know. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's the artist. Oh, I think I've seen that music video. Is that what we're talking about? The music video where they're like almost like painting themselves. The chat took it out of context. Yeah, chat. What's wrong with you? I agree. We should blame them. But I think Bojato is the one who started this. Yeah, we'll just blame Bojado. Dark and scary. Is it his state of mind or is it his buyer's state of mind, I wonder? There's some dark, scary minds in the upper echelon of society. Maybe a bit of both. Hey, Brick. Awesome. Have a good one, my friend. All jokes aside, if you'd like to share your work, I'd really like to see it. Just throw it in Discord Creative Corner. We do kind of Discord show and tell. Hey, another 5. Thank you so much. Thank you, Brick. You started your first trollhead size sculpt yesterday and have a newfound appreciation for the level of detail you're able to achieve. Don't compare yourself to me. That's not fair. But good. It's good. It's a game of repetition. Smiley Slaw. With every cycle, with every repetition, you're gonna refine your strategy. Okay, good. Good. I appreciate the appreciation. That's good. I mean, I've seen it myself just with my own, you know. It seems like no matter how far down this road of sculpting I get, if I just repeat something a few times, I see this growth and improvement still happening. It's just always there. So just have to always have this kind of desire to make things better behind and one thing I've learned is for a while, and initially I think probably for most artists, you get a sense of the things that you need to grow at and you avoid them because it's uncomfortable to face things that you're not good at and to basically do the thing that you don't want to do. But what I've really switched it in my mind to, let's focus on the thing that is difficult, you know? Because I know I've been through it enough times that I know that if I face it enough times, the thing that was difficult and holding me back becomes not difficult. So that's the encouragement I give to you is to just, when you find yourself avoiding certain things because of the difficulty, try to convince yourself that you need to face it and embrace the struggle and overcome it. I think we get this thought in our mind sometimes that there is some sort of challenge in front of us that we can't overcome, that we can't beat. But it's a lie. Don't listen. You can face it and everyone can face it and everyone can figure it out. And it's like we need that struggle to discover the way through, you know. Duality of humanity. What if you're good at everything? That's where I'm at, you know. Yeah. Yeah, you might as well just retire there, Arby. You beat the game of life. Why don't you go ahead and you're done here. Move along, friend. Okay, GG everyone. I think it's time for the next level there, Arby. You must first walk through the gate. Enter the gate to the next level. That is death. You've beat the game. There's nothing more for you here. If you're good at everything, spread the information. If someone says they're good at everything, run away from them. Don't go near that person. If someone claims they have it all figured out and they know everything, they're lying. What if they smell nice? Well, as long as you have internally, you have your guard up, then that's okay. Take a big hit before you run. Yeah. Like a clean smack on the back of their head and then run away. They're probably good at convincing people that they're good at stuff. Yeah, and you know what? They'll probably try and sell you at some point. They'll probably try and sell you some sort of a guidance so you can be like them. There's a lot of that this day and age, man. Oh, quite a lot of kind of like guru-esque behavior on social media. Be careful of that, and remember, we only see, a fraction of these people's lives. There might be some thing that they are doing better than you, but there's probably something you're doing better than them, They're just not showing, they're not flaunting their flaws. Right. Something to get money out of your pocket. With that being said, if anyone's interested in a one-on-one sculpting session, I do offer them. So just hit me up on email. If you're interested in becoming the next level of your sculpting abilities to be unlocked. I have the keys. Let's unlock it. Come on. What are you waiting for? But no, for real, I do offer one-on-one sessions, and I'm there to share what I do know. I don't know it all, but I do know some things, and I can share those things. Insights. Maybe you're working on a project that you're stuck on, and you need guidance to push you through. One-on-one gardening sessions. I wouldn't offer that. I would definitely not. My gardening methods are not refined enough, I think. Perfect, it worked. All right, let me get some coffee. I'll be right back. Did Clayton just call me rounded? That's rudeness. Ah. Oh, nice. Get like you got a long holiday weekend ahead of you there. Hey, Mr. Arby. Happy birthday, my friend. What do you got? What do you got going on? You just hanging around or what? Ripe age of 983.
Noble ally, please accept these treasures as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
Kula. Kula, thank you for the 60 months. Holy 60 months. I appreciate that. Through the thick and through the thin, Kula has remained. Times of feast and times of famine, Kula was there. Magic mushrooms. The burden you carry today will feel lighter once you set something else down. Seems pretty straightforward. Perhaps you're carrying too much. Yes, thank you very much for continuing to support my work throughout the years. I appreciate that. Once you set something on fire. suppose that's one way to free yourself of some burdens. Might not be the right way, though. I would say probably most of the time it's the mental burden that's heavier than the physical. You can worry about something far beyond the thing. Make something way bigger than it actually is. In our mind, if we allow it to happen.
Listen closely, traveler, to what I say. Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
Engine Toros. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, my friend. Thank you for the 50 months of support. Engine Toros. You are very good to me. Thank you.
Good day, dear friend. Your contribution to the growth of our kingdom is invaluable. Thank you for your devotion.
La vida. La vida Lux. Thank you for the 19 months. Thank you very much. Yo. Eye of Newt. Let's see here. The path did not open because you were ready. It opened because it was time. Readiness is forged while walking. Oh, man. That is so true. That reminds me of becoming a parent. There's nothing you can do to become ready for being a parent. You have to walk into it. You have to step into it and you become... Readiness is forged while walking. That's so true. A lot of things in life are like that. Lovita's new favorite word. It does fit your character, that word. It's like it was made for you. Forget about it. Oh, is there? An appropriately placed sign. Establish the planes. You must establish the planes. Once you grasp establishing the planes first, you will elevate your work very quickly. Hey, what's up, Frag? How you doing? Oh, nice. Steadiest, not stickiest. Ah, which one? Is it Lost in House? She does, yeah. She's doing pretty good. She gets like 200-300 people, seems like, each time I see her. I think she's probably legitimately the first music streamer on Twitch. I always feel bad for the music streams because there's so much good musicians out there, and it just doesn't seem like they get the viewership. I suppose it's not very different in the art category, to be honest. The problem is you go to browse artwork on Twitch and you get met with just absolutely bombarded with just like digital anime character drawing. You have to like scroll way down before you see anything different. You'll see it, it's like usually we're in at least in the top couple rows, and it's like just completely surrounded by that same style. Not there's anything wrong with that style, it's just a bummer that it's like if I'm somebody new coming to the section, I would assume that that's all there is because of that, you know. Saturated, yeah. It's just saturated. But I mean, they doing good viewership wise, so it's ultimately up to the viewers, I suppose, right? It's not the streamers doing that that's the problem, or it's not necessarily Twitch either. But it's just where the viewership wants to be. I still dislike that they just lumped all creative together. You remember back when things were first kind of happening, they had the creative section. They called it the creative section. You know, like it was a one-stop shop for all the creative stuff. I feel like I like that the best. One place everyone could go to for all creative things, music, art, whatever, you know. I think when you create too many separate categories, it's easy for categories to get like lost. It's hard enough to get people to go to one place, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you would click creative and then it would break down into subcategories. Yeah, that was pretty nice. No, not like subcategories. Like there's not like a sculpting category or a digital illustration category. Right now, the creative group is fractured between art, the category of art, and makers and crafting, and even like it's even like branched off. There's like Warhammer 40K, not bushes and not bushes, not bush. But I don't know. I don't know if there's just not a whole lot of like I've looked at. If you look at like numbers as far as like the art category as a whole on Twitch, I believe it's like in a downward trajectory. So maybe there's something Twitch could do to kind of inform people of art content. But at the end of the day, you know, it's like not everybody's gonna be interested in watching art be made. You know, it's just not the case. I think there's a lot of people out there that don't even know something like this exists, trying to find out how to inform those people that something like this exists. That's the trick. You're not interested in watching games, yeah? So how did you find Twitch specifically, the creative side of Twitch? Yeah, I can still do that technically, RB, and I've messed around with it, thinking I think it doesn't have as much of an impact as it used to. But it is something that can be done. Usually if I'm doing a character from a game that is a pretty big game, we'll do like a day where I pop over to that category just to see if there's much of a difference. Doesn't seem to be. Right. Well, and also at that time, there just wasn't the concept of someone doing other than gaming was just not. It was new. It was a new thing, so it really attracted it piqued the curiosity. Now I feel like it would get glanced over as like a miscategorized thing, you know? Like, what's that guy doing? Go get over to your art category, you dang vagabond artist. Trying to sell us your baubles and shiny things. What do you think this is? Ah, okay. So you just through browsing, you figured it out. You don't remember how you found out about Twitch? I'm like the crab cave at the bottom of Twitch. Everything that sinks to the very bottom just like lands into my domain here, and then you're stuck. Like, another meal. Ah, yes. Here comes some more floating in. Huge, vast ocean above me. All this activity going on up there. There's always some crumbs that float to the bottom. Always some crumbs. Yes, yes. giant whales swimming by over up ahead. That's exactly what happened. I know. I'm telling you, it's the truth. It's the truth. I will sustain myself off the crumbs of the master's table. Ah, okay. Yeah, there's been a few model builders off and on through the years. I think streaming's a harder game to break into for people, but we've personally seen people up and coming, be able to grow and develop an audience. It's just a time thing, really. It's just being consistent enough, sticking with it regardless of outcome. It has to be complementary to what you're doing. Architectural or terrain. There was one, what was his name? The Bug King, I think was his name. The Bug King. He did a lot of like terrain building. But yeah, I don't know of any architectural model builders. That's because all the people with those skills have nice cushy jobs, so they don't need to stream. Why bother? Just relax when you get home from work. Finished watching the new Avatar James Cameron one last night. They literally just copy pasted the plot of the first movie. Like the last battle of the movie just like played out exactly the same as the first one. Can't believe it. Yeah, there's the water one, and then the fire and ash. That's the new one that just came out. Yeah, it's on Disney Plus. It was just a better second movie. It had a lot of good things, I would say. New characters and continuation of other characters. But I don't know. They'll never. I don't think they'll ever attain the effect of the first one when it first came out. What an awesome story the first one was. Just, it's when a new world like unravels, like like starting off like on some distant planet, and then they travel there and just like the discovery of this new world. 2009. Wow, that's crazy. I remember seeing that. That was so super epic. The first one. A hard thing to top. The only reason I kind of expected more from the sequels is that I thought James Cameron was like had planned it all in, from the beginning. So usually you would expect a little bit more of like a refined type of where the sequels are just as good as the first one, but because I mean I felt that way about like Lord of the Rings, for example. It's actually not many examples of where that but Lord of the Rings, it was like planned from the get-go that it would be basically one continuous story split up into the three parts, and each one was uniquely epic in their own way. High school, 2009. Okay. I graduated in 07. I was actually right around the beginning of my sculpting career. That's when the idea popped into my mind to start sculpting video game characters. $1994. The 90s. What a simple time that was. Little did we know how much the world was about to change. You can really pinpoint the like shifting and changing of everything. I believe you can pinpoint it directly to the internet. The internet becoming kind of widespread. That's when the world changed. Quickly. Yeah, right. And then that's like going back to past self in 1994 and saying, you know, describing the world we live in today to yourself, you'd be like, what the heck? Yeah, you remember that movie, Terminator? Yeah. It's basically we're in the beginning stages of that storyline. It's a little bit of like a Terminator, Matrix. What a beeper was? I had to explain to my 6-year-old what a CD was. Or like the concept of that all the information available wasn't accessible. You know, that you had to have like a physical object that had the information stored on it. Yeah. Whether a tape or a CD or a USB drive or something. What's funny is I still have one of the original USB drives that came out. And I remember back then it was like a big deal, but like nowadays the amount of memory on that USB drive can't even hold a photo. Like a single photo can't even be stored on it. That's how much like memory has expanded, you know. That back then it was like it was probably just for like storing small documents and stuff, but yeah, I have one of the like very first flash drives. $20 gigabytes, yeah. I think it was like 500 and something 500 megabytes, I think is what it is on the flash drive. Something like that. That's true. No, no programming of any sort. You know what's funny? Emma started watching. I don't know if you remember. It's probably past your time, but Arthur. Remember the show Arthur? Hey, what a wonderful kind of day. When I heard that playing on the TV, I was like, man. They still got the whole Arthur show on PBS Kids. So Emma's reached her Arthur age. I remember watching that one when I was a kid. Arthurian era. It's a good show. A lot of good stuff in there. She has watching time during the week and during the weekend, and there's certain things she's, like during the week she's allowed to watch mostly educational stuff during the week, and then the weekend is like, okay, you can watch not whatever you want, but the other stuff. The mind slop, I'll call it. Let's leave the mind slop for the weekend. But yeah, PBS Kids is such a good resource, and it's free. It's kind of crazy that it's free, but I would recommend it to any fellow parents out there. Yeah, Daniel Tiger is pretty much the modern Mr. Rogers. Same vibe and same types of lessons. Even has the trolley as part of that show. Thanks, Alexander. Yeah. Mind slap is permitted on the weekends. Hey, Val Pink. How you doing? What viewing is mind slap these days? Well, I mean, there's a lot of mind slap out there, but the one that Emma consumes is there's a How to Train Your Dragon show she likes to watch. Also, what's that? Avatar: The Last Airbender. Trying to think what else she's been watching. I think that's the current flavor. The current flavors. It's good stuff. It's just not, it doesn't really provide anything other than entertainment. That's why I call it mind slap. The good stuff. There's some stuff out there that is just, oof. It's like fast food for the brain. That's not on the menu here. Not on the menu. Yeah, right. See, for me, it was like, let's see. It was Cat Dog, Courage the Cowardly Dog Show, Angry Beavers, Rocco's Modern Life. What else was there? Pinky and the Brain. Dexter's Lab. Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Street Sharks. That was when I was little Street Sharks, but yeah. I had the Street Shark toys. Gargoyles, yeah. Gargoyles. You know, there was a lot of like the filler cartoons, you know, the ones you were like, there's nothing else to watch, so I'll watch it. And then there was the ones you really looked forward to actually seeing, you know. Gargoyles was one that was like a treat to actually catch it on there. What was it? DuckTales. Tailspin. Is it called Tailspin? The one with the plane. What else was there? Rescue Rangers. I don't know about that one. I'll have to see it. Rescue Rangers. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. I do remember that one. And then Tailspin. Yeah, with the bear. Totally just rehashed Disney characters. That's what they totally just reused assets Disney did. What was the one with the rich duck? What was that one called? You know, I always imagined him jumping into the the big vault of money. DuckTales. Okay, it was DuckTales. I love that episode of Family Guy where Peter Griffin does the same thing, but then like actually lands how you would actually land. Like it's as if it was like hard pavement. I think you can only appreciate that clip if you watched DuckTales. Recess. That's right. Hey Arnold. There you go. Football head. Arnold. Hey Arnold. Arnold. Football head. What was another one? Oh, Rugrats. Yeah, that was on all the time. That was one of those ones I just wasn't really a big fan of, but I'd watch it because it was always on. Rocko's Modern Life. Doug. Doug was a big one. Do 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 do. Angry Beavers. Oh yeah, Rocket Power. Remember that one? Rocket Power. Rocket Power shaped you as a human being. Gargoyles. Tailspin. Recess. I don't remember that one. Johnny Bravo. I do remember that one. Courage the Cowardly Dog Show. That was one I always loved to see that one. That was one of my favorites. Legends of the Hidden Temple. I remember that one. Oh my goodness. I wanted to be on that show so bad. I'm sure most people did. Wasn't there one show that was like kids going to like Toys R Us and they had like a certain amount of time to like fill their cart? Oh my goodness. I love that. At I think it was Toys R Us. Man, I loved going to Toys R Us back then. Nickelodeon Super Toy Run. I think that's what it was called. Five-minute shopping spree. 2 grand prize winners got a 5-minute shopping spree in Toys R Us. You're like you're like rooting for them, like, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? Grabbing the wrong stuff. You know? And then you're like talking with I'd talk with my siblings about like strategies I would do to like maximize my toy cart filling. Year supply of cat food. Oh my goodness. Dexter's Lab. Oh yeah, I remember Dexter's Lab. Watched a lot of that. Yeah, you win a trip to the Bahamas, just the plane ticket. You figure everything else out. Like, oh gee, thanks. A round trip flight to the Bahamas. Nickelodeon Super Toy Run. What was the one with the slime? The slime in one. Nickelodeon. The 90s show. Double Dare. Double Dare. That was a... What would you do? Kids' Choice Awards, annual awards through the 90s and beyond, became famous for dumping green slime on celebrities. Oh, I do remember that one. I don't know. I don't remember Double Dare. That's older. That ended in 1988. I think they just had multiple slime shows, Nickelodeon. Man, kids TV was like the hit back then. They knew. Yeah, I know, right? They knew what kids were into, that's for sure. Super toxic and corrupt. Like, you grow up to find out it's all toxic and corrupted. But of course it is. Kids Saturday Night Live. or were they just grooming us to become Saturday Night Live watchers? it's strange why so many Nickelodeon like celebrities all like lost their minds and lives completely fell apart. I wonder why. Must be a link there somewhere. Oh yeah, remember the Amanda show? I remember that one. Yeah, definitely not surprised. Now, back then, of course, when you're younger, you would never think of such things. But then again, nor would our parents. Nobody was really aware of those kinds of things. We were talking about we were talking about the fact that there's just kids just don't play outside anymore, and that like when I was growing up, there was like 20 kids that lived on our street, and we were outside all the time, just riding around, kind of like free roaming the neighborhood, really. Stayed on the street mostly, but essentially like a free roaming pack of just hooliganing it up, just not really, not getting into trouble, just playing basketball and riding around, setting up bike ramps, piece of wood on the top of the recycle bin, type of bike ramps. And then we would go to like we would hop on our bikes and ask to go ride up to like into town into like the 7-Eleven with some coinage and go buy some candy and ride back, and it's like, man, not only is there's not kids doing that anymore, but even if there was, I don't know if I wouldn't allow Emma to do that. It's like either the world has changed or there's just an awareness that there wasn't there before. It's hard to really know. Yeah, like we go to parks and stuff all the time, me and Emma, and there's just no kids. I have to be the kid and play with her most of the time because the kids just aren't outside. There's kids on our street. I know that there's kids all around us, but they're just never outside. I mean, Dare taught about stranger danger in the 90s. Yeah. Yeah, you had to look for the street. Once the street lights turned on, you had to be home, basically. I remember we would go down to like, there's like a creek nearby. We would go down there and just be playing at the creek all day. A group of kids, Not a adult or parent in sight. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it now. I would go with her and stand and watch from a distance. That's about it. That's true. Maybe it was like a strength and like that. You're right. It was the like fact that there was a big group kind of created some sort of protection. I don't know. I just think that I think that stuff like that has gotten worse though. That there's that aspect. That there's more of it. Be interesting to see actual numbers. Those kinds of threats have increased. Yeah, right. I agree that it's definitely more visible now, but I think it's also increased as well. But I guess that's the hard thing to know. Is it because it's just something that like was our parents just being naive, or was it just not as bad as it is now? Hard to know. Probably a bit of both. Yeah, you're probably right. All I know is if Emma wants to go somewhere and do something, she sure can. But I'm going to be over there watching. Adamantly. Well, adult supervision. Till she's 34. Then she could go do what she wants. $34. All right. 30 years old. Fine. 60? You are free when I'm dead. Then you will be free, my child. Then I've taught you everything I know. There's no more I can do for you. Honestly, the best thing you can do is teach your kids to be their own advocate for making wise choices and being safe in the world. Because you can't always be there. There's an appropriate time to explain things to them, the true dangers that are out there. I think that's where a lot of problems happens is parents never kind of get into the topics and like explaining the extent of the dangers in the world, and that catches the kids off guard. I mean, I do it all the time when we play. So we play character. She likes to play characters, or role playing as characters and stuff. And I like creating these like villain characters that appear to be very good and nice at the beginning, but then are like, turn into the bad guy of the story. The first impression is always good. Were you the kid with the double spiked Kabaton? What is that? Probably not, because I don't know what that is. Let me see. Yeah, you're totally right, Horns. Oh, was it, Oh, no. No, I didn't have that. Hidden double-edged blade within a cylindrical housing. I did get suspended for bringing a knife to school, but it was like, it was so messed up. It was a tiny little Swiss Army pocket knife with like a bunch of little, like the scissors and the nail file, the tiny little blade like this big on it that I had forgotten was in my pants pocket that my uncle had given to me. And I was at school and I remember I pulled it out and like looked at it. I was like, put it back in my pocket. Well, some kid saw that and reported me. I got suspended. I think that was an out of school suspension, like 7 days or something like that. I suppose we're just always taking care of somebody or something, right, Horns fan? I traded a kid for a ninja star and he ratted me out to the teacher immediately. Job dirt. Hello, Lindsay. Let's see. I think we just got to clean this up. I need a wire brush. Oh, maybe this one. You know, it makes you wonder, Horns fans, if that window is so narrow because we tend to start families later. That it, kind of causes this narrowing of that gap. Doing good, Lindsay. How you doing? So yeah, I mean, let's see. I had Emma when I was, or we had Emma when I was 30. So I'll be 50 when she's 20. Which means my parents will be in their 70s. Yeah, I mean, my mom had me when she was younger. So there's like a 20-year gap. Let's see. I think there's a 20-year gap from my brother. There is a cost. Right? If being selfless was easy and didn't have a cost, I think we all would just do it, without, everyone would do it. The cost causes there to be a hard decision of selfishness versus selflessness. And I think it just makes that decision more real. So, since you literally have to go against the grain to do the right thing. It's from a game, yeah. It's an older game that came out a while ago. You play as the Overlord. He's like it's like you're like playing as Sauron, essentially. And you play as this guy, and he commands minions. And so you kind of run around as him, but then you also can control this like little party of minions. You kind of like tell them where to go. It's an iconic game. I played it when it was back when it first came out. Just like Pimpkin, yeah. These are the goblin guys, goblin characters. minions. It's like if Lord of the Rings had a Fable style slapped onto it and you were playing as Sauron. That's the best way to describe it. And the funny thing is, in the story, you end up like the good guys seem more like the bad guys, if that makes sense. The heroes that you're kind of going off to defeat. I think they even represent the 7 deadly sins, which I learned about. That's new. It's kind of like a little bit of a hidden symbology there. There's these 7 kind of knights of the realm, the good guys of the story, supposedly. And you're the evil overlord that like wakes up from your slumber to kind of retake the land. And when you go off to defeat these 7 knights, they each represent a different one of the 7 deadly sins. Overlord is the name of the game, yeah. On sale on Steam right now for $1. Oh wow. Yeah, I would do that if you have never played it before. Definitely worth $1. All right, I think we baked this now. And grab some hemostats. Cook it in the cookery. And then we'll start working on this forearm up here. I'll be right back.
Listen closely, traveler, to what I say. Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
Hey, Nerduino. Nerduino, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting my work. Is that a play on the Arduino system? I got you. I always forgot to use it. I'm like the plant in the corner of your house. Sometimes you just forget to water for a couple months, you know. Please help me. Oh, thank goodness. Oh. I'll never forget that meme that Jones linked of the plant. Watch the plants in your house watching you fill the coffee machine every morning. Yeah. No, I don't forget you. I just forget to water you. I've always wanted to mess around with Arduino systems for like integrating into sculptures to a certain degree. I have to find this meme now. Hold on. Funny memes. How far would I have to scroll up for that? Probably not too far. It was a while back, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, I found it already. Oh man, this is a good one. This is a good one. My house plant watching me pour water in my espresso machine. I'll just like completely miserable every morning watching you make your coffee. It kind of looks like Chris too. Oh man, those poor house plants. You're like a roop a doop a doo 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 doo, putting all this water in your machine, and then leaving. Those poor house plants. This is why I don't like house plants. I like outside plants because I don't have to remember to water them. You worked at NASA and you used Arduino and FPGAs and stuff. There we go. Okay, cool. Well, if I ever do go down the path of Arduino, maybe I need to poke your brain. I've had this idea stewing for a long time, but I really want to make desk-sized animatronic displays. Imagine like the Chuck E. Cheese band playing its thing, but like a desk-sized version and not Chuck E. Cheese characters, like something like whimsical style, kind of like my chess set that I'm designing. Wouldn't that be cool? I would want to have that. Compact nightmare fun, yeah. Just like shelf size or desk size animatronics. So it would be time consuming, but I don't think it'd be too hard to get into that. Maybe start with like single character, you know. The old school animatronics were run off of hydraulics that open and close, and you just place them in certain areas to get like the character's head to turn, or just a guy chopping wood or something. Yeah, to start some sort of project to kind of kick it off, and then learn and grow from there. Just have to make time for it. The rigging, right? Yeah. I love engineering stuff like that, though. Like custom, figuring out ways with the materials I have to make things work, so. It could be good. Oh, wait, no, let's leave that in there. Well, I keep looking at my daughter collects those 3D printed dragons that have the articulated like spine, you know, and I keep looking at the design of those, and I was just thinking, man, I could just do that, but then rig it up onto a motorized rig, and then boom, have like a cool little dragon flying animation or something. Yeah, like 3D printing all the function and sculpting the form. I wouldn't though. I would still do it. I would do it traditionally with like bent pieces of wire and rubber bands because it would make it stand out more in this digital era, stuff like that, you know, or scrap pieces of balsa wood like taped together to make it work. Okay, let's do the shape of our shape of the forearm. Have this smooth, perfect animatronic thing above the table, and then a duct tape and chewing gum mechanism under the table. Total contrast. I actually have always wanted to get into 3D printing for like customized battery compartments and stuff like that, like those function only pieces of a project. It does. I'm a little bit resilient to doing that because I just think one of the things that makes my work unique is the fact that I don't do any of that stuff. So I think it might be more important to just maintain that niche of not using any like digital applications. more of the wise move to make. And as time moves forward, that will become more and more rare. Medium. See, I need to look at a different reference. I believe it, Horns fan. There's only so many hours in the day for all this stuff. That's right. That's true. Finding that balance between efficiency and yeah, there's definitely a balance there. She's all right. She's stable, Miriam. Still definitely going through. She's, in her bed, not really getting out for anything other than food and using the restroom. I contacted the vet this morning to see if they can give us some pain meds. They still haven't gotten back to me yet. I called them at 8 in the morning. It's now noon. So hopefully they call back and actually have something for us. I don't have high expectations, though. Of any sense of urgency or care. Let's see. Okay. Doesn't seem to be much reference available for this, so we're just going to wing it. What kind of gummies? You know, melatonin gummies? Oh. Multivitamin. Ah, nice. Oh, perfect. Staying home today. Little awakening bacon, if you know what I mean. Making lots of cookies today, huh? Yeah, Clayton. Come on, man. Yeah. Now, let me super glue this. I'm sick of fighting against this. Mm-hmm. $1:30. That's quite an early morning. Revenge, what's that? Some sort of show? Mm. Think it's too thick? Ah. Yeah. So, because he has his like thicker, wrinkled cloth on, we start with a thick, kind of like the max thickness here, and then what we do is we go through here and we just kind of smoosh in the wrinkles like this. Yeah, he just has big old gauntlets here. That's it. Pretty big. Yes, welcome, Dot. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Right. I'm gonna hop off, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me. Gotta run to the store and go be disgruntled at some vets. Calmly and respectfully aggravated. All right, let's see here. I'll be back on this evening. We'll be doing some work on the Tarkov guy. So I'll just give you the rundown, Deagle. And he's in pain right now. It's like off and on, not and she's still eating, getting up to go to the bathroom, but mostly just kind of staying in her bed and obviously dealing with some pain. We went to the vet yesterday because I had started the day before that, and basically went in saying we just wanted palliative care, basically just help her kind of get through this with the pain and all that stuff. But they instead proceeded to, badger us about her outdated rabies vaccine, and gave her that and antibiotics instead of anything to deal with the pain. So I called them back again this morning because last night she was definitely going through it, and said, "Hey, my dog's in pain. Is there anything you can do here? Get us some sort of a pain med or something?" And they said, "Yeah, sure, we're going to forward it to the doctor and he'll call you back
traveler,
once it's all set up."
Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
And I called them at 8 a.m. to do that, and they still haven't called me back. It's on its way to 1 o'clock already. So I'm going to call them back and say, "So, my dog's still in pain. What's the update? You planning on just pushing me off to the side until it's the closing time, or what's going on here? Do I need to go somewhere else?" So that's what we're dealing with. Get a refund for those vaccines. Yeah, it was the rabies vaccine. They stood on their podium of pride podium because, of course, legally that dogs have to have rabies vaccine, but she's had it. She's just out of date. And I was giving them pushback because I was like, well, is this really the time for that? It's like dog is possibly dying from her cancer that she's been dealing with, and you want to let's just mix in some other things in the mix. It's so just lacks common sense. You know what I mean? She's eating. And I told him that I was like, I'm not against you giving it to her, but like right now, is that really the time right now? And you know what? They did the same exact thing with Sadie when she was going through her last days, and we were wanting to get her in somewhere. They wanted to do the same thing, and with Sadie, I didn't do it. If they refused to see her because of her being outdated on her certain shots, and I was like, well, I'm not going to give it to her now. So, yeah. But with any, I let them do it because I was hoping they would just give us some pain meds, and then they didn't even do that. So it's just really frustrating to deal with these people. But anyways, onwards and forwards. There's no growth without friction, right? So Thank you very much, Safi, for the 35 months. I appreciate that. No, it's not time to get in their faces because that doesn't do anything good either. That doesn't work. It's not an effective strategy. So I'm just going to be a squeaky wheel and just basically bother them till I get what I want. Yeah, I know. Vets can be different depending on where you're at, and I think they're just a little bit more jaded here because we're a little bit in a busier area. So I had that thought. I was like, oh, maybe we should go out to like the countryside and go find a vet just like in the middle of nowhere. Just make the drive, because I'm sure it'll be a completely different experience. Because Ina, my wife, she comes from a small like village of like 400 people in Germany. And the way the vets and stuff are there are just way more like accommodating and personal and with stuff like that, like they even do like house calls for stuff and without charging you a fortune. But, it is what it is. Anyways, that's the update. Let's find someone to raid here. Who can we raid today? For many years, we used a horse and large animal vet for that exact reason. Yeah, my mother-in-law was a vet. Like vet assistant that worked on horses. So that was her thing. So of course, whenever vet animal issue stuff comes up, we're always pinging things off of her. But yeah. Best option in 100 miles. Now, I mean, the nice thing about the area I live in is there's other options. The thing is, I don't want to like take any to a bunch of different places right now. You know what I mean? I'd rather obviously just go through that one time, which we did yesterday, and just get what we need, like what's so hard about that? It was you could see the shift in the way the vet was acting as soon as I gave any sort of pushback on the vaccine. Like you could just tell, like total shift in the way they perceived me because I was questioning things, Oh, they don't like that. They don't like that. Yeah, or we already knew most of the information and stuff that he told us, we already knew. And I think they don't like that either. How dare you? Yeah, it's like they feel threatened that I'm not just trusting their word as law, essentially. Sorry, you're human. You're human. Humans cannot be trusted. Trust must be earned, and you are not doing a good job of earning any of it. Yeah, right, Dot Goddess. Oh. I mean, I had Sadie for 13 years, and I think 13 years, and there was only maybe 2 or 3 times she actually went to the vet, and it was because of me just kind of panicking, and she didn't even really need to go. It's just like, you know, something happened. Like she came in one time with like hives on her face and I was freaking out. Took her to the vet, but it was just a insect bite that just had, you know, just had to give her Benadryl and she was good. So I think they don't like that too. Like if you're not a person that's like going there every 6 months or whatever, they don't like that either. So it's like, I'll go if there's actually an issue. I don't, you know, I don't take the card into a mechanic unless there's a problem that I can't handle myself. You know what I mean? I don't just go there every 3 months and say, hey, come check out my car. Let me know what I can pay you to do. Tell them go ahead, but they must refund the cost if she doesn't make it in the coming days. Yeah, right. Yeah, then they won't do that. Okay. Let's raid Void Brush. Oh, he's working on chess pieces. That could be cool. But I'll keep you guys updated on how everything's going. And we'll move forward. They should do that. I agree. And doctors should do that too, Deagle. All right, my friends. Till next time. Bye-bye.